Hello, good evening, everybody, everywhere, wherever you are, whoever you are. Welcome to our inaugural Oxygen Not Included stream on the Demolier Impact Timer. So we're doing the Prehistoric Planet Pack today, and that means I have 200 days, 200 cycles to save my base. If I can't manage to pull that off, well, I won't be surprised because I didn't pull it off last time. So we are on a brand new file. I have it saved right now. If you do decide that you want to try the same file, if you like this map as it comes, as we unlock it, there is the seed down there. So anyway, we're about to get started on this, and yeah, I do have some settings changed. I do have their stress reactions turned off, so I don't have to worry about any destructive or ugly crying duplicates running around my base while I'm trying to stop the asteroid. They've all got it together there, so that's going to be good. They do still have hunger. They do still have everything else. I did turn off meteor showers as well, however. There is a specific purpose for that, because I am sick of always getting my blast shot launcher covered over with basically almost molten hot regolith. So we're going to get started here in a second, and we are going to do our best to do our best. So here we go. 3 new dupes. Gonna start by digging out something over here. Don't want to dig out the oxylite when I can avoid it, because it does off-gas slower, because you lose mass when you mine it. So if you leave it as is, it'll off-gas slower, keeping your oxygen supplies a little bit higher for a little bit longer. Gonna have to figure out exactly where I'm gonna want to move these guys to. This is a good time to move this to these overgrow nodes. These are awesome on this pack. You only need a few of them if you only have a few dupes to keep your base fed, which is very handy, unless you have some crazy difficult or extreme hunger guys going on, and I always try to avoid that because it's usually the biggest pain out of any of the I guess the mechanics of the game. I'm really not a big fan of how that works. It works well, but the dupes are really dumb. So I'm just going to pause for a second while I think which way I'm going to go, because I need to get to water. That's super important. I need to build some outhouses, and I need to build a couple of beds. The outhouses are the most important thing to get built, but I need to figure out where am I going to put them. This is going to off-gas pretty quick, and I will be able to climb over it. So I'm just going to set some errands here, avoiding the oxylite, and dig out what I can here. I also want to build a little ladder up to here, because this thing here unlocks a few blueprints. And I always like to make sure that I try not to kill as many wild plants as I can avoid killing. Keep them alive, because then you don't have to water them. You don't have to fertilize them. They just grow. As long as you can keep their conditions, such as the environment, well taken care of, you're good to go. She's going to get stuck up there if I don't move her. There we go. Maybe they won't get stuck up there. How did he go up 3 blocks? Okay, I guess I'm going to have to destroy that one piece, because Abe is not very smart. I'm also going to speed things up just a notch, just till level 2. I usually play it on 3, but I also find that I have issues at times, to say the least, about things happening too quickly, and colony crash happening very quickly when you're not really paying attention to what's going on, say over here, when you're working on stuff over here, and you might not notice the warnings pop up. So we want to unlock the portal. I also need to make a couple of cots. I don't like making them directly next to the outhouses. I want to make them close, though. I'm going to put this ladder down to here, just take it all the way down. And that'll probably be my main corridor, unless I run into a bunch of geysers or something that prevent that. But I'm not too worried about the water right now. I don't really need that yet. You do need it pretty quick, but you don't need it at the very, very beginning. As long as you have things for, your dupes to be able to access for food right away, then you're good. Do this. Yeah, I definitely need to do that. So yeah, these things here, they grow vines that'll grow outwards. So this here, it'll, see, growing 3%. So when this reaches 100%, I'll have another vine right here. And then it'll grow again. I think it goes out to, oh geez, I can't remember now. It's either 8 or 12 or, I guess we'll find out. So what I'll end up doing is making a series of just a couple of farms that only have one plant in them each, and that will be an overgrow. And once they grow, they're set. Keep the atmosphere there good, keep their temperature good, and you're set. And there is my nemesis. My arch nemesis. Last time I played this file, this challenge, it did not go well. I ran into bugs trying to load my blast shot maker. So I had enough blast shot, but I couldn't get it loaded into the maker, and by the time I managed to get my mechatronics skill up so that I can make conveyor belts, which don't know if I can even access it yet. No, I can't. Once I'm able to access the research tree, I'll show you something there, and the skills tree for this file. This here, mechatronics engineering and pyrotechnics, are the two most important things to get as quickly as you can. Pyrotechnics allows you to actually use the blast shot maker so you can make ammunition to launch at the asteroid. You need to hit it, I think it's 100 times. And this helps get around one of the bugs of having the duplicants not loading missiles into the blast shot maker, because you can auto feed them in with a conveyor belt. But without the mechatronics engineering, you can't do that. You can't even build the structures for it. So, not awesome. Oh yeah, I didn't actually build the cots, so they're going to be sleeping on the floor tonight. Whoops. I'll build them down here. Since we're not in a rush now, I'm going to speed through the night as best I can, because, well, why not? And I like to have my rooms, my corridors, 4 blocks high, 2, 3, 4 high, and then when I'm building it out initially, I build it with ladders so that all of the debris falls down to the bottom of the map, and you'll have the entire corridor of material that you dig out all down in one spot, which you can then use your auto sweepers to send up to your main base. That way you don't have your duplicants running around all over the place trying to get materials. They can go to pretty much one spot, and if you put that one spot right near like the main work areas, then it does tend to speed up a little bit of time, or a little bit of your things that you got to do, because there's a lot. I mean, I got to get to level, or not to level, I got to get to the bottom of the map. I need to start extracting oil. I need to make that oil into petroleum, the petroleum into plastic, the plastic and some other materials into missiles before I can even consider trying to do really anything else in this. So everything I'm going to be doing right now is going to be directly towards that goal. I'm going to just make one of those. That's all you really need to start with. 1 battery, one generator, one research station. So yeah, research station. So it seems a little daunting if you don't know the game, but basically the stuff at the top and the stuff at the very top and the very bottom are not as important as stuff in the middle, but you still really need to get them. The top stuff is to do with food and pets. So it's like your cooking, your creature stuff, your things to keep your critters happy, and you got your gas range, dehydrator, rehydrator, deep fryer, so your ways to cook your food as well. So what I tend to end up doing is essentially just working my way from the top down. So I'll do all the level 1 researches, because I can only do from the research station right now until I unlock the advanced research skill on one of my characters, and then I can start using water to do research, which, hey, look at that. Coming straight down to some water right there, and it's right next to a cold biome, which is going to be super handy, because that will help me keep the temperature under wraps, because temperature overlay here, you can see it's a little warm. Low 30s kind of everywhere. In a few places it's into the negatives quite a bit, negative 24. When we get down to the bottom of the map, though, that's when things start getting very interesting, because it gets very hot. I believe it's usually about 85 and 90 degrees. That's not what I want. I want furniture. I want cots before my guys have to go another day. Oh, where's I going to put them? I was going to put them down here, and then I put the power stuff down there. You know what? I'm just going to put them right here. 2, 3. Dig that out, and just so that they get to this right away. I don't like putting too many stations or buildings on a high priority, or any tasks really on a high priority, unless you need to, which right now it's extremely handy so that they can have a bed to sleep in tonight. So I'm going to do that. High priority. Once it's done, that priority list is queued, no longer a high priority, so they go back to doing things in whatever order. What we got here? Priorities. And actually in the priorities menu up here in the top right, the options, enable proximity. It basically makes it so that they choose a task that is close to them. So they won't go to a task on the opposite side of the map to do, a pickup or deliver errand when there's something to do like right here. They'll do this stuff first. So it does speed things up a lot, because it does lower your commute times, and commute times are a pretty important thing to think about in this, because if you spend too much time running around, that's not as much time building, digging, creating your materials, so your manufacturing, and you need to be able to do that. If you can't do that, you can't progress. And if you're on the Planet Pack DLC, the Prehistoric Planet Pack, you need to be able to progress fairly quickly, because I got 198 days now to create 100 missiles. Well, just under, because I believe there's 5 of them that it spawns up here with a little door puzzle. So once you've unlocked automation stuff, you can get your automation overlay, and I'll show you how to easily get through that without having to even think about it. But in the meantime, come down here. I should probably take the ladder all the way down, just in case somebody gets incapacitated. I'm going to put a pitcher pump right there, which will leave this harvestable. And since there's a Mimica with a Mimilet, I think it's a Mimilet. No, never mind. I think that's the name of the... I don't know. These guys here pollinate the plants, so I think that just makes them grow faster. Yeah, 25% growth speed. So that's extraordinarily handy when you have to start feeding larger and larger amounts of duplicants. Do not fill your base with duplicants that you can't take care of. Make sure that you're able to generate the amount of oxygen, deal with the carbon dioxide, and generate the food, and deal with the waste of the duplicants before you take new ones on. I find a good number for most things is about 16 as a max. 16 duplicants can get a lot done. Most of my files have that. I've sometimes run with 24, so 2 dozen. And on those files, it's been a little bit more challenging. Trying to keep some things happening. There's usually a few dupes that are continuously locked into a cycle of farming, so they don't really do anything else. So they don't always get it done either, so it's not really awesome. It doesn't help. Too many cooks spoil the broth. However, you can adjust the settings in the game so that your guys don't even get hungry. And they don't have to eat anything. You do that and get as many dupes as you want, as long as you can generate the oxygen. And in the not too distant future, I'll have to start doing some higher end oxygen generation than just, oxylite. But in the meantime, I'm just going to do that. So decrease decor. Sorry, sometimes I get distracted by what I'm seeing on the screen when I'm talking. It's kind of like a deer caught in headlights almost, so I need to make another bed now. Because I just picked up a 4th guy. Should probably make another outhouse. No new skills yet. It's very important to try to keep on top of spending your skill points at the beginning of the game so that you can increase your efficiency quickly. Otherwise, there's skills that are just sitting there. Also, don't hesitate to pause when you need to, like right now. I paused so that I could... I want to get into there, so I'll just dig this way. Right there. See, and because I'm uncovering all this oxylite, it's going to keep my base oxygenated longer than otherwise. Like, I don't have a single oxygen generator built. I can do so. I do have the algae for it. I mean, there's quite a bit of algae growing around here, so that's not a concern. More than enough to start making a self-powered oxygen machine. I do mine a little bit different than most people, though. There's the full Rodriguez and the Hydra setups. I don't do either of those. Mine probably aren't quite as efficient. I'm not sure. I haven't actually tried building one of those big complicated doodads, but mine is a very simple one. It takes a little bit more power to run than those ones, but it also generates enough oxygen to essentially last out the rest of your game as long as you have water. The only times that some of my other files ever have issues with oxygen generation is when I'm not paying attention and I run low on water, because that tends to be one of my bigger downfalls, is not producing enough or not desalinating enough. I'll create a loop of the polluted oxygen to oxygen polluted water to water, and I never really think about doing anything else except for the polluted water, so unless I come across a geyser or a vent. I like those new ones, the newer vents that they added that pump out the minus 10 degree salt water. When I get one of those, then I definitely do the desalination side of things, because it's a lot more lucrative. Let me keep that part up, actually that one up too, so then the vine should grow up and around. Or if I dig through here, it should go down. Make sure that it is set to harvest. Always want to make sure that you set your stuff to harvest. Otherwise, they're not going to eat it. These guys here love the overgrowths. See, I'm not paying attention to my researches. It also seems like there's not much volume in the game. I'm just going to check something here. It seems very quiet to me. I hope that doesn't bugger things up. Give me a sec. I'm going to be hearing myself in my headset now. But yeah, I can't seem to get the audio from the game. Oh. I think I might have got it. Did I get it? I don't think I got it. So, I apologize if there's no game sound. Yeah, I can't tell if there is or not. It seems like there should be, but I don't know. Man, I gotta figure out exactly how I'm gonna do this. So, first things first, I am gonna build some oxygen generation here. Still no new skills. Oh, he got a skill. See, I don't usually care too much. I mean, the morale boosts or deficits, I don't go for what the dupes like. I go for what I need. And if I need somebody that can do hard digging, I will take that. I think I'm going to have this guy move up this tree here first, so he's going to be a supplier. By the time stress starts becoming an issue, best bet I find is just to start making, or not start making, but just make a single massage room that only has a couple massage tables in it. I find even with my colony of 16, I only have 3 massage tables in one room, and that has kept my stress levels down to the, I think even when they're doing some hard work in stressful locations, because I refuse to give them any sort of suits, they gotta hold their breath and deal with the heat and cold. It's usually sitting about 40%, 37 to 40, with most of them down in the low teens. So a little bit stressed, but not too bad. Okay. So now I've gotten over here. I need to... I don't know. What do I need to do? What am I doing? Pausing for a second while I recombobulate my brain. I need to go all the way up. I need to go all the way down. So, I might as well start. Nope, don't go down right there, you silly. You're gonna drain all the water. Go right here. But, oh. Nice, the Printerceptor. One of the newer additions in the game. And I never use it. At least not yet. So I'm building that tile there so that I can keep the water contained here. And now I'm going to need somebody with abyssalite digging. That's... yeah. Well, maybe I won't go that way. Maybe I'll... well, I'm going to have the same problem here anyway, because granite, they won't be able to get through. Research. Usually about the time you get that, or 1, possibly 2 researchers further in, that seems to be about the time that your guys start leveling up to the point where you can make them a little more useful. I do have 1 mod installed, just so you know, then that's a bigger zoom out. That's just so I'm not stuck to only being able to see like this far out. And I don't even think it's that far, I think it's about this far out. And having to move around the map like that, that's annoying. I like being able to see my base at a glance, so I know exactly what's going on. Well, that worked. worked out well. So now I'm wondering if I shouldn't build a little platform out this way, get rid of the ladder, and build just a couple of step ladder right here so that the vines will grow out that way. But if I do that, I won't have access to that food for a little bit. So if you end up getting pips in your printing pod, pips are awesome. They plant wild seeds. So if you have seeds laying around in an area that they can be planted and there's a pip that's walking around there, it can plant that seed. And then you'll have a wild seed just like any of these without it actually being a wild seed. That's not going to work. What if I go from about here? So if I do it this way, then my guys can build this all without getting themselves trapped in, and it'll still leave them a platform to be able to walk on. Skills. Alright, so there's my level 2 researching. See, the first three guys, I do follow their paths. Abe here, he'll be my first digger. Lindsay will be my first researcher. And good old Meemaw. Meemaw's going to be my first construction specialist. And that's how wide my hallways are going to end up being. It's a little bit wider than I usually make them. I usually make them 27 wide. And this one here is, well, I guess that's not right there. That is 20. So, if I go from there, if I go 26, 27, okay, that's where my next ladder is going to be. The reason I do it that way, I hope that's right. 108, 104, 100, and I think one more. So 96. Let's check the rooms. Stable max tile 96. So I can use this spot here for a fire pole. And not have any issues. And I can still make the max size stables so that I can get the most amount of guys in them, but that's usually more of something I do on a different file. That's really useful for hatch farming so that you can get coal. It's one of the only, at least somewhat, renewable sources of coal. You still gotta feed the hatches, but it's a good way to get coal for quite a while. More than long enough to stabilize hydrogen production, which I've discovered a really fun thing with the Saturn critter traps with hydrogen production recently on my other file, and if I get the opportunity to do it on this file, I definitely will be. Extra science, immune to chili. I'll take the seeds. Yeah, because I'm not making very much oxygen, so I don't want to be messing with that. See, if I do it this way, they'll be able to get there from either side, and this ova girl will be able to grow ova quite a distance. I guess I am leaving it on speed 3, so it's just kind of how it feels natural to me. Day 6 going to day 7. 193 days left until impact. One thing that's really nice is that they show you what's going to get destroyed. This little toggle right up here. So everything that's in that radius will be decimated. A small area around it, if I remember correctly, will be gone. Anything that's even to here, up and up, will be gone. And every geyser and vent that is on your asteroid will become active, even if they're not uncovered. They will uncover themselves and become active. So it's definitely in your best interest to try to get the asteroid dealt with before it's too late. But remember, mechatronics need to be able to auto-feed those missiles into the launcher, because otherwise the dupes are just, they're not smart at all. You can see I'm not picking anything up either. I don't have any storage built. That's not useful for the most part, except for cleaning things up. I don't care if my guys are a little stressed out by the decorations, they can deal. It makes things quicker for building when they don't have to run all over the place. So this will eventually be taken out, all the resources will be dropped to the bottom, and then they'll all be fed back up to the top. But that won't be for a while. That's like an after the asteroid type thing, so it might not even happen on this file. I'm not sure if I'll keep going for long after victory or defeat at the hands of the asteroid. Wait, yeah, what am I doing? That's not where I wanted that. This is where I wanted that. Wow. Oh well. I guess it's going through the overgrow. Just make sure I'm harvesting everything that I can reach. I don't need that overlay still on, so you can go away. Bleachstone, I hate bleachstone. But it's perfect here because if it falls, or when it falls, it'll fall into the water, and sublimators in the water don't sublimate. So it won't be creating any chlorine while it's sitting underwater. Which is handy. Although chlorine's nice for disinfecting things. It used to be a lot more powerful, but I think it got nerfed a while back. I'm just going to hit cancel on that spot there so that when this gets broken through and the water starts tumbling there, you'll see how you can mop up an entire puddle. Yeah, you require a food source, but you're still being fed with a small surplus, so I'm not worried yet. I will be soon, but I'm not yet. You just really want to be on top of the mopping errand the moment that the water hits the area while it's still thin. Once it has a chance to thicken and get a little bit more volume in it, this is too much liquid. But if you can have them mopping up any of it while it's still pouring out, then you can actually mop up an entire gigantic pool of liquid manually in a very little time. I wasn't wanting to get water stuck in there, but oh well. At least I got a bunch of bottles of water now. that I can use for... Oh, geez, I'm not on top of my researches. This isn't good. Stations. Supercomputer. So, I'm generating almost no oxygen, and I have no food source. But my guys are breathing fine, and their tummies are full. So, I'm not worried yet. What I am worried about, though, is being able to ensure that I can get down to the oil biome and deal with that without the use of any Atmos suits before time runs out. I really dislike using the Atmos suits. I think it's just a little bit more fun without it. A little bit more of a challenge. I mean, these guys are pretty dumb anyway, so it's not too far of a stretch for them to not use them. Okay. Do I want to bother with the grill yet? What can I make here? Not much of anything. I want to wait for a lot of stuff until I can make mesh tiles. I prefer using mesh tiles for a lot of the structure of my base, so that I don't get any puddles of water in surprise locations, and so that I can keep the oxygen flowing pretty good. But it's also important to have a carbon dioxide sink somewhere down at the bottom. Like right now, that's right here. I haven't noticed any geysers or vents yet. Huh. Strange. Usually I'll have found something by now. Oh well. Radiation. What's irradiating my guys? Oh, Weezewort. Those are handy. I like Weezeworts. They keep everything cold. I also do not mind replanting them somewhere else. Oh, I need another level of dig. Son of a gun. Okay. Research. Now, since I've already got the... Oh, do I want to do this one first? Thinking out loud. Because I do need all this stuff pretty quick. I'm going to start with something I don't usually start with. I don't usually do my liquid researches first. But I don't really see how it's going to make a difference either, so I guess there's that. I really can't wait till I can mine out abyssalite and I can start cooling off my area here just by taking out some abyssalite. And down here is where I'll be able to make a beta or a Saturn critter trap. Oh, this goes right in line with that. Darn it. built that middle part with the ladder, so I should just use dig. So my bottom hallways are going to be a little bit shorter, but that's okay, because I won't need bigger ones than what I got. Or more big ones like that. Sandstone. Do I want to bother getting any sandstone? You know what? I think I'm going to take a little bit, yep. It's only 1 ton of sandstone, but that's okay. And this is great. At the rate we're going, we're already 5% of the way until impact day. I don't know how long the stream's been going for. Yeah. 41 minutes. So, I guess 41 minutes times 20. And, yeah, I don't think that's going to happen tonight. Don't think I got enough hours for that, but we'll see. Any more skills yet? Nope. Just gonna turn that to all edibles. Actually, why would I do that? Can I make a fridge yet? No, I can't. My next research is gonna be a fridge. And then I'm going to do something in the very near future that most people will tell you never to do because it's a waste of resources. But I find I started doing it early on in the game, and I became pretty good at using it. So I do use it, and that is heavy watt wires for all of my wiring. Once I unlock heavy watt wires and start building them, the only time I'll build another wire like this is in very niche situations, like in rockets for sure, and just sometimes in a small little self-contained thing if I only need to power it for a short period of time off the main grid. But that doesn't happen very often, so the rocket thing, that's the more important thing. But rockets, I never use a heavy watt wire in them because that would just be silly. But if you always use heavy watt wires, then you always have a higher load capacity. And that higher load capacity and decreased maintenance time for me is well worth the cost of the extra wires and not having to deal with transformers and such. Okay, so how's the dig going? Yeah, so I need my next levels of dig. I also need to dig out some of these areas too, so I'm just going to create a... I don't want to do that. Maybe I'll do it this way. Yeah, that should work. I'm going to be hollowing this all out and creating a water cistern, but it's going to be a staggered height with the bottom being on this level here. So I'm going to want to do this. I'm going to want to do this. Five. Make sure that I know where that's going to go next time, because it's going to be 5 apart right here instead of 4, because it's only 3 here. But this is going to end up being my, well, most of this is going to end up being my water tank. But before I can build it, I need to deal with everything that's in the area. Hopefully without messing with my food. I'm starting to have a bit of a deficit on the food now, so I won't be taking any new duplicants for a few cycles. I'll be stuck with 4 for a little bit. And I don't advise having big tasks like this queued up in more than one location, and don't do too much at once, because otherwise your guys kind of go all over the place. Even sometimes with the proximity thing on, they'll still take some pretty weird decisions in their tasks if you have too many queued up. So try to keep it small and expand quickly. I've actually had a really slow expansion compared to usual on this, so that's not awesome, but it is what it is. But see, because there's 4 guys working on one area, they empty it out real fast. But if I had told them to dig out, say, an area like this, then they'd be all over the place. They'd probably start up in one corner and kind of work their way down like rabbits, but it would still take a lot longer to do the same thing, empty the same amount of area, if you were using like if you're using small tasks or small small queue tasks, then it gets done quicker, is basically what I'm getting at. Using too many words. Need somebody in the chat or something so that I can have someone to yap at, so I'm just not rambling. But until then, I just ramble away. Just ramble on. Alright. 1.1 cycles. Well, that's alright with the food. So now that I've got the bones of my water tank built, nope, 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 that's not right. I need my guys to be able to fit underneath it. So I don't really need this ladder here, so I kind of wasted time building that. And it's never fun wasting time when you're early on. See, I will put something like my generator on a high priority so that it'll keep my oxygen going, and make it so that my other guys can do things like research tasks without incident. You'll notice too that I didn't start building the tile until I had a way for them to be able to get in and out of the area. That way they don't get trapped. These guys will easily trap themselves in any situation that you can imagine. Even if it seems completely illogical, you will find them trapped. And it's kind of funny. Okay. So now they don't have any specific tasks except for the research. Any skills? Nope. Actually, what I'll do now is I'll set these filters so I can see what I have all the time of specific things. Peat is a handy one on this one. It's used in a lot of things. I don't care about any eggs. Don't care about dirt. Don't care about that. Don't care about water. Do care about ore. Do care about algae. Those are more handy to know if you are using hatch farms, especially sandstone. If you're using a hatch farm, definitely keep an eye on your sandstone, because a few hatch farms can eat through a few 100 tons of sandstone in what seems like not too long at all. But it is good to know what I have for building. Shale is handy. So yeah, that'll work. Clear the new stuff. now I always have these four, for now, things on the side, so I always know how much I have. "188 days till impact." It does get larger in the sky too, so it kind of gives that sense of impending dread if you're able to see it. Might as well take a seed, because I'm not taking a duplicant. Not until I can deal with a few other things. This is not going to be a big enough thing for water at all. So once I get a farm going, I'm going to end up destroying this and expanding this down to probably here, because I like having about that much space for my water tanks. So in the meantime, I'm just going to take out that. Just in future preparation. So no plumbing. Bottle emptier. Oh wait, can I do my... No, I can't do mesh tiles yet. Mesh tiles has to be my next thing. It was going to be a fridge, but it's going to be mesh tiles instead. I love watching these guys work sometimes. Do my bidding, my pawns. Okay. Now, since I do know that I'm going to end up needing a lot of algae, I'm going to do that. That way the oxylite can start to sublimate. Oof, rather quickly too. That one's not as quick, but wow, that one's going fast. Yeah, see all the oxylite up here is already gone. I'm gonna have to make a second one of these guys, but I don't want to yet. Oh, research, mesh tiles. Where are mesh tiles? I honestly don't remember, so this might take a sec. Got insulated tiles, got airflow tiles. I'm probably looking right at them somewhere. Right there. And I will need all this stuff too, so since these are all level 2 researches, I'll do that entire tree, and the mesh tiles will be available to me pretty quick. And then after that, I'll get the fridge. But until then, I'm going to gather up as much of this algae as I can, because I will need that for my oxygen generation until I can get my hydrogen power up and running. Food has decayed, that's never good, but I do seem to be maintaining a fairly decent supply, so as long as I can keep that going. So that's not bad. I got my 4 guys fed and dealt with in that regard without ever having to plant any food. Gotta remember that I'm taking them up this path because I need that skill. One of the other guys is going to end up having to go up the the other path, the pyrotechnics path. That way I can actually use the blast shot maker when I get to it, which hopefully won't take very long once I get the rest of these skills needed to do what I need to do here. It should go a lot quicker. I'm actually going to put my researches up on a higher priority as well. See, I'm at the point right now where it's going to be having to choose between researching and expanding, just due to only having a few duplicates. So I will have to get that sorted out so I can expand my colony size soon. Yeah, those ones aren't going quite as fast as the other ones did. I don't even remember where they were. I think they were in here. See, and there's a good example of trying to make sure that you do things in a smart way. I did not, and now I gotta make a little ladder there so that they can reach this just to dig it out. Alright, so yeah, I got my mesh tiles now. There we go, and I got a ton of nickel ore, or I guess 42 tons to be specific. So I'm going to drag that all the way across there, leaving the ladders on either side, destroy the ladders in the middle, and this is going to become my water area. So now I need the bottle emptier right here, and I'm going to put 1, 2, 3 of them. And because it's mesh tiles, you can put them literally wherever you want here, because the water just falls right through the floor. Don't mind me as I startle myself. I gotta say, this is a great game. Got a lot of hours in this game, and for a good reason. It's got quite a lot of replayability with the different asteroids that you can play on, because they do have quite drastically different challenges. I mean, this one, the main challenge is this guy right up here, but some of them are super cold. There's ones that are really hot, some that you can't really grow very much food. And with the options that it gives you in the game, like the settings, you can really do whatever you want. There's a sandbox mode as well, but I've never really messed around with that. I did for, I think, about 5 minutes once, like 2 years ago, and I found it boring, because it's like, well, okay, well, what's the point in any of it if you can just literally make whatever you want, wherever you want, with no cost, without having to move anything. So I stopped pretty quick on that, and kind of got stuck into survival mode ever since. These beehives are great. Free enriched uranium. And if you can plant Saturn critter traps, if you can get some seeds for those, they use polluted water and they eat the bees, and they produce hydrogen. With just a few, like even a half dozen of the critter traps in a spot like this, you know, I'd cover it off here, and it would not take long before that chamber had 100 kilograms of hydrogen per square tile. I have one file that has become my main source of power now, is bees. I guess it's sustainable. when you start switching over from a spalm to bees, if you end up doing that, then you got to be really careful, because if your hydrogen is full and you have them running to the same, say, chambers, then you can end up backing up your hydrogen production in your spalm, and then it'll stop producing anything. So it won't make any oxygen. It'll have power, because it's self-powered, but it won't make anything because everything's over pressure. But that's why I do things differently with my spalms. I make little cubes so that are self-contained. But I always make 5 of them. I find 5 of them will give me all the oxygen and hydrogen I need for most of the game. And then I don't start needing more power beyond maybe a couple peat generators on this one instead of coal until I start getting towards true mid-game. And to put into perspective what I consider to be mid-game versus end-game, I would say that early game is anything that's before unlocking Tier 1 or Tier 2 research. Once you've unlocked all of your Tier 2 research, I'd say you've probably reached mid-game, and that's when you're starting to look at building rockets, or start to think about it anyway. Tier 3, I would say that is the true mid-game, because that's when you can start building your rockets and exploring a little bit. And then Tier 4 stuff, I would consider that the end game things, such as the monument down here. That is a Tier 4, and that is one of the win conditions in the game, is to create an everlasting monument. And these things take a ton of resources to build. You need like 7.5 tons of steel just for the base, plus other resources as well. Alright, what plant do I get now? Well, that's a quandary. That's a good dupe right here. This is a bad dupe. Can't do doctoring or attacking. Well, that's not super bad, I guess, but a nighttime attribute bonus, kind of useless if you don't have your guys on different schedules, which I don't bother with the different schedules because they work just fine as it is. Decreased construction I find useless. I don't get any guys willingly that have decreased construction unless I'm looking specifically for like a researcher or digger, because that 75% reduction in construction speed is just, it sucks. Sometimes they balance each other out though, so if I had decreased construction here with a 75% reduction, and this guy over here with +9 construction, if those were on the same dupe, then it would still work out to be okay. Not as good as it could be, but still okay. I don't really care about creativity. Food morale bonus, that's good. Germ resistant, good. Uncultured, so he's happy as long as there's, sorry, she's happy, it's Marie, as long as there's really anything pretty to look at. So you know what, I am actually going to grab one more. I'm grabbing a fifth dupe. So we're going to make another bed there for Marie. Another outhouse. I like to have some sort of bathroom for each duplicant. Fridge there at the top. It should be here. So there's the fridge right there. So I'm going to might as well take all this, which will give me the plant pulverizer, spices, smoker. I don't really use any of those because, to be honest, I'm terrible at managing food in these games. It does tend to be my downfall 99% of the time. See, I only have water available for a liquid because that's all they've discovered in bottled form. So what I'm going to do here, because if I check that box, then as soon as new liquids become available, it'll have all checked because that's all you have, and as you discover new ones, it will add to that list. So it is extremely advised, I guess you could say, to ensure that you are able to not contaminate your main water source early on. See, now that I've gotten that, they've got salt water in a jar, I will have two options here. So water, and I'm going to enable auto bottling, which means they can take it from pitcher pumps, so they will grab water from here and move it into here. Which will allow me to build this further down, and then I can build another one of these into this water here, and it'll drain this into here. And then all the water that was in the middle already that's bottled up, they'll dump in there. See, there they go. Doesn't take very long to set up. Takes a little bit of time for them to actually do, especially with only 5 guys here. Skills. Now, usually I would go up this whole tree. Geographical analysis, I should get that. Yeah, I need to get that. And Marie, well, she can go up this one. Marie can become my pyrotechnics expert. So that'll work out well. So I'll have my 3 main guys that can go up their chosen paths, and then my 2 additions that are being forced into the path that I choose for them. I really need that 2nd level dig. Oh, skills available. And there it is. See, at level 2, I can do abyssalite. Next level, you can get diamond and obsidian. And improve construction. This is handy too. Then you can build or deconstruct buildings like this, because this is useless now. Like, there's no point in having it. But if I try to now, see, it says I lack the demolition skill, so I'm just going to cancel it. So now, because he can dig through abyssalite, probably not today, but tomorrow now, he should come here and dig this out. I'm going to put this on a priority 6. Just so it'll be hopefully one of the first things he does. I don't even want to look at my germ overlay. This is going to be bad. Oh, it's not too bad. I kind of need to get my water cistern set up here so that I can get a better contained water supply so that I can get them washing up and such. Although when I dig this up, all that bleach stone is going to start to sublimate. Now, well, deal with it as I need to deal with it. I like to put auto harvest on them when I find them. Because they're a good source of enriched uranium. Plus, digging into these biomes is also handy because they contain uranium ore, which does become more necessary when you get into the tier 3 researches, because you need to create rad bolts, which are bolts of radiation. You guys are starting to finally dig down here, which is good. I need to make this my priority right now. Even to the point of once this research is complete, I'm going to not queue up the next one right away. Although I should build that fridge, because I think I can do that now. Yep, there it is. You know what, I'm just going to put the fridge not right there. I don't want to put it there. I'll put it there. And the reason I build the wire like that is because when I replace it with heavy watt, you cannot put heavy watt wire through flooring. So even these floors here, or doors. So you have to use a joint plate to be able to do so. So all edibles. So yeah, there's not going to be any research happening for a minute. I sincerely hope that I can get down to the oil biomes soon, and they're not too bad. Sometimes they're a little bit more difficult to tame than others. I'm thinking this won't be too bad because I got a nice cold biome right above it, so what I can do is I can hollow this out using a ladder scaffolding, and then drop all that cold material down into the hot biome. Because it's not usually hot enough to turn to steam, but it's usually enough cold stuff to tame that area. And then if you end up with a frozen core map, which I believe this one actually does have the frozen core, then you can use metal tiles in an unbroken line as a cooling mechanism. I actually have, I'll show it on this one probably eventually if I get the opportunity, a way to use the frozen core to cool off the entire oil biome. All you need to do is the opposite of a lava spike, and that is you dig a small ladder down into the cold, you put your metal wall up. Lead works best for that because of it doesn't take as much damage when it's cold. And then you use that to make a floor as well. And you just let that sit. And the minus 100 and some degree ice will transfer that temperature into the metal and up into the oil biome and cool it off fairly rapidly. Sorry, I got a message from the boy. Awesome kid. Don't mind the background noise for a moment. Okay. So I'm starting to get a little bit of depth here down. Can I build my... No. I do need to do a research right now. And it's an important one as I get down. And it is this right here, the fire pole. So I'm gonna... Might as well get the metal refinery and the metal tiles at the same time. Because a fire pole is exactly what it sounds like. Just a pole you can use to go down a nice straight line. And because I put this one block over, I should be able to put it directly next to it. I hope. This will end up being the spot that I make the hydrogen area. This is too close to my ladders, because I'm going to have to put a liquid lock in. If you don't use a liquid lock, then you end up having hydrogen bleed out. And you don't want hydrogen bleed out. Not at the densities that you'll end up creating. One break in your wall and you are going to be in trouble, because it can flood your entire base with hydrogen in seconds. Especially if the farm is down at the bottom, because hydrogen rises. So imagine something of this size that has 180 kilograms of oxygen per, or not oxygen, hydrogen per square tile, or per tile. All of a sudden, all those thousands of kilograms of hydrogen break out and fill up. At one point I might end up doing it just to show what happens when it happens. But if I do end up doing that, it's going to be on a file that I reload, so I'll do it first thing, reload the file, because that is not a fun thing to try to recover from. You got to have ventilation or air pumps in anywhere that can capture gas, or you got to build it so that gas is funneled to the top, and try to create little pockets of oxygen, because if you don't create little pockets of oxygen, then they won't be able to breathe because it'll be too much hydrogen. Yeah, see, I got enriched uranium now because they can harvest from here. Ice might be a handy one to keep an eye on, but I'm not going to worry about that too much at the moment. I'm kind of glad that this goes next to the nits, but I'm not happy that it goes through the obsidian. I'm going to need a tier 3 skill for that one. But I now have the food refrigerated. I'm going to turn this. I'm just going to get rid of it. Just going to entirely get rid of that. I also need to start thinking about making a grand hall, or at the very least just some rooms in general, because my stress level is starting to climb slowly up at 8% for my highest. Yeah, so 2 of them are at 8%, one's at 4, one's at 3, and 2 don't have any stress at all. So I wonder. Wonder. Oh, hey, there's a vent. Here's a little trick too. Once it's done saving. A little trick, if you want to know what it is without digging it up, you go to your priorities menu. You select the yellow alert. You click on it. Then you mouse over. That there is a liquid sulfur geyser. So I'm going to put that to a priority 1. That way I can see at a glance, when I open my priorities screen, any of those that I have discovered will have a different priority than 5. Ones that I want to deal with will have 6 or higher, and ones that I want to not deal with will be 4 or lower. Sometimes the 4 or lower ones can be useful, so I don't just put them directly to 1, and that'll be things like your polluted oxygen vents, your carbon dioxide vents, your natural gas geysers. They can be extremely useful in the right circumstances, but there's quite a few things that produce enough of those as it is, so you don't always need a vent for it. But things like the volcanoes, like an iron volcano, those are awesome. Gold volcano, those are awesome. Anything water related, that's a high priority for sure to try to get that dealt with. I'm gonna have to deal with some food here right away. So, what do these need? So they need water, and that's it. So they don't need a fertilizer. That's good. Can I make my farm tiles? Have I done those yet? Food. I have. Okay. So now I am going to I'm gonna make a couple overgrow farms. So no, 2 is probably good enough. So I'll do a few rows of 2. Don't know if I want to do it here though. I'll do it here. And do it this way, and then I'll end up putting an overgrow close to the middle of each of these. So food, farm tile, put one there, one there. So hopefully I'll be able to get those grown quickly enough. You're going to want to put them on a slightly higher priority as well, otherwise the duplicants will prioritize work orders over going to eat something sometimes when it's the overgrow. I don't know why that happens, but it does. I'm not going to be turning these into greenhouse areas either. That's why I'm not bothering with anything bigger than the size that they are right now. This isn't a bad spot, but I can see here if a little exclamation point shows up, then that means that one of my dupes can level a skill up, which is what I need right now. So the more stuff I have them doing, the better, because I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Just the more tasks they complete, the more experience they get, I think. Don't quote me on that, because I've never looked it up officially, so I don't know. It feels that way, though. So if you just have you guys kind of standing around doing nothing, they're not gonna get any skills. So idleness is a problem, which is probably one of the reasons why it is documented on this side here as well. Let's just see here. Yeah, see, idleness. If you have too many dupes that are idle, it'll let you know, because you don't want that. Plant that immediately, plant that immediately. And now that these are, this is dry essentially, I am going to build a new one of those. I find the copy feature very handy. Build one right there. What's entombed? See, that's what I mean. You gotta watch your guys. They're dumb. He literally got his head stuck in a tile. How do you get your head stuck in a tile? And I don't like it when my guys die, so I do my darndest to try to keep them alive. So now priority 6 on those. which will prioritize things like irrigation. But I am starting to run low on food, so that's not good. Not good at all. There's lots of food kicking around. Oh, there's some overgrow I can exploit this overgrow. So that'll be handy. Come on, something good. Ooh, dirt. Look at this. There's a pile of dirt that's better than 3 duplicants. Alright, so now I'm just going to start from the top and work my way down. And very much hope that I am able to unlock everything that I need in time to get down here. I'm really glad this abyssalate's here so I can avoid having this 80-degree salt water infecting everything. Polluted dirt, obsidian. Okay, so the obsidian should be decent for there. Polluted dirt, that'll definitely be leaching temperature from here into here. And every once in a while you'll find a spot that has ridiculously dense gases. The first time I had an overpressurized, naturally occurring gas, it was a natural gas thing, and it was a pocket that wasn't too dissimilar from this, but it was a geode, so it was in obsidian, and I didn't realize how dense it was, and I broke it open thinking that, oh, my pumps that I have will deal with that just fine. Well, I broke it open, flooded my entire base. I was panicked trying to stop it, but it was a little too late, and most of my duplicants suffocated pretty quickly. So I try to be on the lookout for those gas pockets now, just in case. Okay, good. So this is now going. So that gives me access to quite a bit more water. I can mop this water up. Research complete. Yeah, this is a great game. It seems very simple, but it's really not. The more in-depth you get, and as soon as you start getting a little bit further into some of the different biomes, like the oil biome, that's going to be down here somewhere, the game changes a little bit, because then you start having to deal with things like high heat. Oh good, Saturn critter traps, perfect. So that'll give me a few seeds, or a few plants to replant in this spot here, to give me essentially infinite hydrogen, with only using polluted water instead of regular water. Which also means I'm going to have to get a polluted water cistern set up. Oh yeah, I was going to make this bigger for my water. Ah, this should be big enough, I hope. You can do it, Liam. You scrub that water. You wash that rock. I'm also going to have to think about making some triage cots here soon. I find 9 times out of 10, the only medical thing that you really need for the most part is the simple triage cot. As long as you have enough of them in the easy to access places that are short commutes from your danger zones, then it's really all you need to keep you guys alive, mostly. Sometimes they're a little not too bright, and they will completely ignore each other when they're down. But I guess they're called dupes for a reason. But see, I have a few tasks here, and up here. So my dupes are, well, and here, of course. So my dupes are kind of all over the place, and they don't really get a lot done quickly. So that's my fault for queuing up too much stuff. But I should be able to build... Oh, wait, I can do this now. Haha. And yeah, I know, I'm talking about queuing up too much stuff, and then I queue up another big build. Or not big build, but big enough. See, this is all the stuff, most of the stuff that you need for getting what you need for your precursor materials for the missiles. Plastic is a big one. Ceramic, I think, was one, but I don't remember now for sure. Might have been refined carbon. Or fertilizer. I don't know. Peat. I don't know. I know peat was part of it. It was peat, petroleum. I don't remember. Well, that's going to be a problem. I don't need access to the materials study yet. I don't need access to those yet either. But +2 science means they level up a little quicker, like they learn skills faster. I need another digger. You plunge that toilet. Good old hard-working Abe. You're almost done, buddy. So now I'm going to have to start getting into doing something like this. Just so that I can get some stuff done. I just got to up the priority a little bit. But it's not on anything that's permanent, so that should be good. But I am very quickly starting to run out of food. So it'd be nice to get this off the ground. Luckily these ones are growing fairly nicely. I might have to build a storage unit just so I can sweep up this area here. And I'm going to priority 6 the build. I very drastically need level 3 in my digging skill. I'm hoping that this won't destroy the hive. Actually, yeah, put it there. I gotta stop building stuff. Let them finish what they're doing. Jeez. I'm hoping they can get food right now. Nope. Coal. Oh wait. Egg. Relocate the egg. Don't cancel, no. High priority that. We want that egg over there. I'm going to try to get a couple of lums on each one of these levels. Oh, it's just laid 2. Sweep only, all standard. That way they'll only pick up things that I've selected with the actual sweep errand. And they'll ignore everything else. I need to get away from my manual generator as soon as possible. Peat burner, that's what I need, and I think that makes, yeah, carbon dioxide and polluted water. So I guess, yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to make a spot here, probably. No, don't use don't use mesh tiles for what's going to become a cistern. And what I like to do is put just one away from where the edge is going to be. I'm going to bring it all the way up to there. Build the ladder at that point there so I can build a wall here when the ladder's built. New skills. 2 levels away from mechatronics. I'll definitely have the skills that I need before I get to the place that I need those skills. Yeah, I know I don't have a wash basin built, and I know I should probably make more oxygen, so I'm just gonna do this. Put this guy, oxygen generator, up here, right there. since I already built the fire pole on that side, I don't have to worry about it. But when you're planning out your vertical corridors for your ladders and such, your transportation, pardon me, my apologies, had a bit of a coughing fit, so I figured I'd better mute my mic before I deafened everyone. But yeah, when you're plotting out your vertical corridors, it's good to try to plan for a minimum of 2 wide, 1 for your ladder, 1 for your fire pole. But if you can do 3 wide, that's good because you will later unlock this item down here. Where is it? Right here. The transit tubes. And it's exactly what it sounds like. It's like Futurama transit tubes. They're pretty awesome, actually, not even gonna lie. I use them to connect most of my areas once I have them unlocked. They do take a decent amount of plastic to build, so you want to make sure that you have your plastic production set up. And actually using the cooling method with the metal tiles that I was mentioning earlier, down near the bottom, if you do your plastic production there, then you can use that to keep your polymer press cooled off. So you can build a couple of them side by side, and they won't overheat because they'll stay at a nice cold temperature. They'll still produce a decent amount of heat, but they'll stay cool enough not to overheat, as long as you're transferring temperature properly with the metal tiles. Now, I got it on that side, so do that. Take those out. Should have had this deconstructed already. And mesh tiles. But see, this is why I built the ladder first, because now he's going to build this up tall enough where if there was no ladder there, he would now be trapped. So, plan ahead, plan smart. I got 174 days to make 100 rockets, and I'm not even close to where I need to be. But I'm also going to, like, I've stopped queuing up too much for their task list, so hopefully here right away they'll actually start getting some of these things done. I'm actually going to cancel that right now so that I don't get this chlorine flooding my base when I don't have the proper things to deal with it yet, until I'm ready for it. But yeah, it's good. This is quick and dirty. It's kind of unplanned for most things, except for the fact that I need to get to the bottom. That is priority 1. Actually, I guess priority 1 is probably food, but working on that. It shouldn't be very long before these become sustainable for them. So I am going to go sweep, just so I can get this dealt with. I know. Wasn't going to do any more errands. I know. I can't help myself. I have self-control issues when it comes to not queuing up too many tasks. But on the plus side, they seem to be taking care of this one pretty quick. But I wanted to do this so that I'd be able to see the growth of the overgrows. What's their temperature tolerance? 25 to 45. Well, good thing we're sitting at 31. So I don't want to cool off this area too much. Although this is going to end up happening. So I am just going to get around that right now. Not right now. I'm going to get around that in a moment. Where are the insulated tiles? Right there. Might as well go all the way up. And I'm going to put a couple of insulated tiles right here. Just to keep this from having the colder temperature transfer into this. Because it seems like it's 27 degrees. That's probably from the water though. Yeah, that's from the water. I'm just going to put it high priority. Just get it done. That's going to be the only thing I want them to do for right now. Just clean up this area. Do I have those on auto harvest? I do. And what's this? I don't know what it is. Dew dripper. What do they give us? Oh, bracking. Huh. I've never actually done anything with bracking production. I don't know why. Maybe this will be the file that I start doing the things. Oh, skills. Let's see how close that asteroid's getting. Well, that's a lot bigger in the sky than it was. About 13% of my time already gone. I wonder if I can end up getting to missile production before the end of the evening. I don't know if I'll be able to, but I'm going to try. Oh, nice gold. The materials overlay here is really useful, but for the love of everything, use a filter. This is what? But if you're looking for gold, you turn on that filter. Oh, that's iron. It's uranium. See, it's only going to show you that category of item. Minerals. There's your granite. There's your sedimentary rock. Fossil. Okay then. Shale. Another one. Filtration mediums for all of your things that filter things. Very useful if you're running low on stuff and you need to find it quickly. That's all the algae. There's quite a bit. This I find useful only if you're doing pip planting, as I was talking about at the start of the stream. This is good if you're trying to find ice real fast so that you can use it to maybe cool things off. This is what I usually have it on most of the time, is the gas overlay, because this is a quick snapshot of how livable your area is without taking into account things like temperature. No, go away. So without taking into things like temperature, this is your breathability of everything. So you can see where you have oxygen, you can see where you got your CO2, there's some hydrogen here, chlorine, sour gas, oh lovely. So it's very handy to ensure a healthy colony. See, now that they seem to be apparently out of space, this is cleaned up mostly enough. If I can get this last few things in there, then I'd be happy, which will happen here pretty quick as they start using some of the items there. Oh yeah, salt. Salt is a good one to help boost your morale just a little tiny bit, and I will show you how to do that very, very soon. But first I need to get power going that isn't a hamster wheel. But I first want to get a... no, I can't do that yet. Son of a gun. And that's just because I need certain other researches if I want it to be as useful as it can be without burning through all of my material. You want to have smart batteries. And at least the first level of automations, or sorry, second level of automation on the bottom level, which gives you the automation wire, so that you can connect buildings, power producers to a smart battery, so that it doesn't waste resources. I'll explain how that all works once we get to that point. But I do imagine that if anybody's watching this, they probably know that. But you might not. I don't know if my videos appeal to more people that have played the game a lot, or more newcomers. I'm not sure. But the tips that I give are useful for everybody. And because a lot of the stuff that I figured out without the use of the YouTube tutorials, or with the use of some, and then augmenting it to my own needs, I have a bit of a different take on a lot of things. Although there's your standard liquid locks, I love them, but I don't like the simple 2-tile liquid locks. I'll do the pathway down, like the little triangle down with a wall, fill it with liquid, usually crude oil, and that'll be my liquid lock. I do it that way because then it is, from what I've noticed in my personal experience, much less difficult to mess up, because I have a habit of doing that. Okay, so the research is almost done. Skills? Skill. Skill! There, now Abe can dig out obsidian, so just as I was getting down to the area where there's obsidian, I'm getting the skill that I need to deal with it. See, and because the air down here is completely unbreathable, I won't put the stuff down here on like a priority 8 or anything like that, because if you do that, then they'll spend too much time down here, and then they stand a chance of, or a much higher chance of suffocation. And I don't want that. What I do need, however, now is to start building this ladder down as well. I'll throw all the liquid chlorine. I know they'd be a little bit more efficient if I actually, cared at all about the welfare of my dupes, but I don't. So they're not really 100% efficient, but they're still good enough for me to not care. What do these give you again? Amber, that's right. Oh, that's right. And you can make... I think you can make... Can you make plastic out of amber? Plastics. No. Wait, maybe. I don't know. Let's find out. Produced by... So petroleum. Yeah, resin. Resin and nectar. Huh. I never bother with doing it that way. I probably should. But I'm still not going to, because I need to go with what I know right now. If I, don't want to have my colony hit by the asteroid again. I'm going to do something here that's going to fill up a good chunk of my water. I don't want a fungal spore. I don't want zombie spores anywhere near my base. Okay. I should probably start thinking about getting a couple more duplicants in here, because 5 isn't going to take me where I need. I forgot what other... Oh yeah, insulated tile for down here. So hopefully that will prevent transfer of cold there. I don't want to put it all the way across, because I like having the ability for any liquids that spill to go all the way through so they don't drown my plants. It looks like my food's starting to fix itself. thankfully. I'm just gonna cancel these for right now. That way it's just not even something that's on their radar. Because I need to get through here. Oh, what do we have down here? I have to find out. This is turning out to be a lot different of a build than I was expecting or planning on doing. This is a lot more chaotic than I was planning on. But that's okay. How old are you? 123. I apologize if I knock my microphone. Yeah, I know all about ventilation. I know I don't have any oxygen down here. Do I have my heavy watt yet? No, I don't. Okay. I definitely am going to need a carbon skimmer. That's not as important. That will be, but not yet. This is the most important parts of the oxygen. No, it's not. This is here. Insulated pipe. Yeah, so I'm just gonna get this stuff here next. I like to use insulated pipe for my liquid and my gas pipes. Pretty much exclusively, except for on cooling loops when I use radiant pipes. That way I can better control the temperature of what's going into my machinery, or what's coming out from my machinery. Yeah, see, they're gonna start suffocating, trying to get down there now, so I am going to need to, I don't want to have to run regular wire down there, but I might have to. Actually, what am I doing? I need smart batteries. That is way more important than anything else right now. Refinement. Do I have my rock crusher? Yes, I do. You can go up there next to the toilets. Supply teleporter. I don't tend to use those. And yes, I'm just going straight down as I can, because then it makes the transit quicker on the fire pole, so they can get down to their work areas quicker. And since the air down here is completely unbreathable, except for right there. Then the quicker they can get down, the quicker they can do their 1 or 2 tasks and then get back up. Thought I heard something. Alright, so we're finally starting to make some progress. Soon I will have what I need for words for my power, so they can get off the hamster wheel. Okay, so how long until the next guy? Not very long. 0.8 cycles. Okay, so I'm gonna have to put my oxygen diffusers up on a higher priority because they're not feeding them anything. There we go. Breathability again. Okay. Now I think we're back to all tasks being at priority 5. So hopefully they'll start doing some of the things that they were ignoring before. Oh, good. That research is done. So now I'm going to go this route. I don't need to go all the way here because I don't use the insulated wires or the conductive wires. I only use the heavy watt wires. I have yet to encounter a situation where I need anything else, because unless you're starting to get into some really crazy stuff that you're building, then you don't really need those. Heavy watt will do just as finely. I guess if the conductive wires, or not, is it conductive? Whatever the heck they are, they do offer a little bit less of a decor deficit, because heavy watt wires are ugly. And dupes do not like looking at them. Well, I'm gonna need some, so I'm gonna go with this. 50. And I'm gonna go with 20 on that. That's handy for when you actually have a spot for your guys to eat. Which I'm gonna build pretty quick here now. I think I'm gonna do it right here, actually. We'll see how this goes. I don't really have a whole lot of faith in what I'm doing, to be honest. I'm not sure if I'm gonna get done what I need to get done before it's too late, but I'm gonna be trying. I'm gonna put this stuff here back on a priority 6. I gotta be getting close to the oil biomes. I hope. I hope. I'm really hoping that it's just like right below this. But I don't know for sure, so it's a mystery still. Just gonna cancel all that. Okay. Now what else do I need? I am gonna need this. Yeah. Very fun. I'm gonna take your eggy. I'm gonna move it to here. Hopefully I get to it before it hatches. See, right now I'm kind of playing a little bit of try to expand while doing damage control at the same time. Because I'm not really expanding as fast as I need to. So all the damage caused is entirely by myself. I suffer no illusions. Okay, I really need to get down here. Just a little bit further so that I can build a gas pump here that'll pump everything that isn't oxygen up and out. I do it nice and down low because most of the gases that you'll be dealing with are more dense than oxygen. Most of, not all. But the ones that aren't, like hydrogen, they'll just float up and out, usually on their own. And because they stay near the top of everything, they're not usually harmful to your dupes. Unless, of course, you have high quantities of it. Like, I'd want to not have this much hydrogen in an area where my guys are going to be working constantly. But for this area here, I don't really care if like once this goes dormant, whenever it goes dormant, I'm going to send guys in here to analyze it. And I'm not going to be clearing everything out. But I might want to go from below, so I don't release all the hydrogen up there. I guess we'll see. I guess we shall see. I almost forgot I was taking her down the digging road. See, I got all the vines growing. See, it'll tell you if it's growing the fruit or if it's just growing. If it's growing, it's creating a new vine tile, which will then start growing fruit, and then this tile will start turning into a vine tile. They seem to be growing really slow. Node health, body temperature. Well, that's highly inconvenient. It doesn't like its own body temperature. Okay. So I'm going to turn off auto bottling on these now just so my guys don't get into a loop of grabbing water from here and taking it to here. I'm doing this so that they'll grab water from the warmer cistern. See, what I'm going to try to do here in a minute is have this water all dump into the other tank. So I'm going to do it this way. I might have to temporarily trap one of my guys. But we'll see. Oh wait, I got my heavy watt wires and everything. Okay. Power. Smart battery. I'm going to put you right there. Oh. I need the automation wire. Darn it. So as soon as this is finished, which will hopefully be right away here. But yeah, as soon as this is finished, then I'll go for the automation wire, which is right here. Which also gives you the signal switch, which is really handy. And one of my favorite bits of automation because it allows you to have an on-off toggle switch that you just click on, and then it'll bring up a little switch here and you just click on it. And it'll turn your stations, machines, whatever, on and off. Lettuce. Huh. Didn't realize I had lettuce. I'm doing this. so I can make it a little bit wider. And then I won't have to trap one of my guys. So I'm just going to build a little platform here and a wall up here. And then try to drain the water onto the left-hand side. So it'll go down the corridor, across the little platform, and fall right into my cistern. Ooh, more dirt. Oh, I got skills. I got skills. And there. Now I got somebody that can make a blast shot. Oh, I wish I could remember everything that I need to make it. Okay, yeah, there's oil biome. Huh. I wonder if this spot here is going to be really thin then. If it is, then I'm going to be in huge luck, because then I can open it up to the frozen core, 'cause I'm pretty sure this has the frozen core. And that'll help cool it all off. On the plus side though, if I wanted to, I could almost start getting my oil production underway right away. But I need to deal with the heat aspect. Otherwise, it's just going to keep breaking down. And nobody wants that. Automation. Don't have the wire yet. Need them to come research the wire. You're almost there. Okay. Perfect. Okay, no, not a bridge. The wire. Say that I'm going to attach the hamster wheel to the automation wire, or to the smart battery. That way, he won't just keep running, even if the battery's full. There's this liquid nuclear waste. Huh. Well, it's not very radioactive. Actually, I'm just going to temporarily do this. And then do this. Gonna block off there, not there. But yeah, this should let me just dump the water straight down. Straight down. I'll let them dig it out. Actually, no, I won't. Oh, I guess I should probably put tiles there too. Alright, Liam, one more level, and you can do the hard job. But I'm still not even at surface yet. That should be fine there. Oh. I like to put it about 90 for its upper limit and 15 at its lower limit, so actually I'm going to put that at 25 because it's the hamster wheel. So it'll only charge the battery to 90% at most before this disables. And then once the battery hits 25% charge, so once that 25 to 90% charge has been used, then it will re-enable the hamster wheel. Let's see, and for this, I'm going to do 95%. And actually, I'm going to change this to 25% and this to 20%. So that the peat generators will kick in before the hamster wheel. So the only way that the hamster wheel will kick in once this is all set up is if these can't maintain the power. And now it's time to make my base ugly. Alright, you beautiful dupes. You go get your beauty sleep and then come back and build this. Although I am going to want to put this on a higher priority too, because that's the fill command for them to bring peat to it so that they can actually burn it for power. But I think I also need to put, do I need to put ventilation? No. Plumbing? No, okay, good. I didn't think I would have to do it all the way across, but it looks like I will, because that cold is seeping through pretty good. Unreachable, so I do this and this, cancel that one, and now as soon as they build these, they'll be able to build that. Can't do doctoring. Yeah, I'll just take the rosebush seeds. Nothing else seems really useful. This may seem like a pointless exercise here, but it's to allow better transfer of gas. Okay, so now there won't be any more heat transfer between those two areas. If it creeps up this way and starts cooling it off from that side, though, nothing to stop it from doing that. So much heat. Oh, I meant that to be 6, but I guess 7 will work. See, what I should do is cut this area off from the bottom with an insulated tile row. Cool it all off with, I don't know, just cool it all off. Probably with some temp shift plates. Because I could cut that off pretty easily, and then I could start harnessing that. And there's 2 right on top of each other. So ideally what I'm going to want to do is be able to harvest both of these, pardon me, and build an area down here just above where the hopeful frozen core is, and use that to cool off the oil. It'll solidify it and I'll have to melt it again, but that's pretty easy to do. Just put it into an area where you already have some of that liquid, or even into some water, and then put a heater. This thing, a liquid tepidizer. That'll get your water up to almost boiling pretty quick. Especially depending on how much volume of water you have. So if you don't have a huge volume to warm up and you dump a whole bunch of frozen crude oil into it, I recommend building and turning on the heater before you start putting the frozen crude oil into the water, because it will just freeze the water. Not quickly, but it'll cool it off enough that it will freeze. see, why am I doing that? That's pointless. I don't care if they have to move a little bit over. What I do care about is trying to get down, 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 down. I'm making okay progress. That's starting to warm up a little bit, so that's good. Any colder? Yes, this is slightly colder, which isn't good. It'll take a few minutes for this to balance itself out, temperature-wise, but it will. I've made some pretty decent progress so far. I really need to get this this built. Oh. Oh. Construction. Not construction duties. So I'll turn, yeah, that's fine. Those should stay at 7. Okay, so you can use this to filter. That's handy. Makes it nice and easy for me to get them to work on the stuff that's right in front of them. I'm 8.6 cycles away from 25% of the way done. I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. But I have made good progress. Like, I'm down in the oil biome now, or area. I guess I can start making sure I do more of my researches now. Where is my... I got those ones. Yeah, go back to this one. Because I am going to need the insulated gas pipes right away. Because one of my next things that I'm going to have to do now is build the oxygen generator. Which I'll probably build right here. And actually, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to build it right here. Deconstruct those. And see here, it's charging, charging, charging. And now it's not charging, and these are disabled by automation grid. Which you can check your automation overlay there, and then you can just see which signals are being sent. If it's disabled, it's a red signal. If it's enabled, it's a green signal. So yeah, now that I have this up here, it's a little puzzle. And opening this puzzle, oh, they don't give me any missiles this time. Oh wait, yes they do. It's behind those. Ha, don't mind me. So, what you want to do is you're trying to get this open. So you need to turn this green. So what do we need to do to turn that green? Well, we'll need to turn this green and this green. So I'll flick that one, turns that green, and flick this one, turns that green. Now if you don't have the automation overlay on, it can be a little bit more confusing than that, because you're just guessing at which things do what. Uh, so it could take you a few minutes to figure it out, or you flick on the automation overlay and you don't have to worry about it. Oh yeah, and what that did was open the door to here, which gives me just a couple of missiles. Rummage, inspect. I do it in the order of rummage, then inspect, so that I don't have to get rid of the pop-up and then go back down to there to click on rummage, and it just seems quicker in my opinion. I know they can't reach any of that yet, but when they can, then we'll be set. Oh, skills. Skills. What am I going to give you now? Probably carrying. Same thing with you. Increase carrying capacity, because after you get level 2 on that, then you can start going up the other side of the tree here with the suit sustainability. Even though I don't use exosuits, this gives me plus to my athletics, which means plus to their movement speed, which is not bad. You want them to move as fast as possible. Okay, so I have this area open. Oh, nice. That is a really thin spot. So there is, I knew it. It is liquid, or it is frozen core. So it's ice at 138 degrees below 0 Celsius. So now I'm going to be extraordinarily reckless. And do this. No, I'm not yet. Don't be dumb. Okay. No, don't do that. You had a plan. Stick to your plan. Oxygen generation. So let's get this spot. There. I'm gonna priority 7 all my food. Because maybe they'll go and pick the overgrows and stick them in the fridge, so I can create a stockpile. Although now that I am at the frozen core, or near it, I'll be able to deep freeze items, and I believe that that still completely eliminates any and all spoilage if you get it down below a certain temperature. So that is going to be something that I'm going to work on, but right now I still need to be able to get the blast shot maker going, so I need to get the plastic up and running, so I need to get the oil production up and running, but thankfully I'm almost there. And this here is where my oxygen and hydrogen production is going to be up and running. Probably looks a little strange for anybody that knows what they're doing with these games, to have this little tiny strip be what I say I'm going to be using for my oxygen production, but it'll make sense shortly. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, it does use a little bit more power otherwise than other setups, because you're using more air filters. You're using 5 total filters instead of 1 or 2, so it does use a decent amount more power, but it does not generate the same level of power, but it does make it a little bit less prone to error. So oxygen here. I'm going to grab me electrolyzer. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Perfect. Now ventilation. I'm going to put a gas pump just to the right of each one of these guys, because these are all going to be each in their own contained little cube. And that little cube is each going to supply oxygen to a different location in my base. So one will supply to basically like right up here. I'll have one supplying over here, one probably up here, probably one up here, and one to go down to the bottom. I'll probably vent it out right here. But in order to do this, I need to ensure that I have a little bit more water than I currently have. No, stop. Don't want mesh tiles. Now hopefully they'll get those built quickly enough that, well, it'll be done soon enough to dump all that water down into my main cistern, and I can start utilizing it a little better. Alright, let's go, Liam. And this wall here is just going to be temporary, because once I dump all the water, I just want to make sure it doesn't dump over here. Then I have to mop all that out. Okay. High priority on that, so that I can get that taken care of right now. So it should dump all my water straight into my water cistern. Perfect. Then mop up the excess up at the top, so that it doesn't kill my overgrow, and I got a lot more water now. I'm gonna end up with a lot of polluted water here soon. Liquid pump. Toss you down there. So you gotta think a little bit differently with your circuits when you're just using the heavy watt. You could use it as just like a power spine, where you run the heavy watt straight up and down, and then you have a few transformers on each side to run off with normal wire. It's better for your decor and your resources, but I mean, there's a lot of resources on this map, and I'm not going to be playing it until, cycle 2000 or anything, so it doesn't really matter. I can use up the resources as much as I need to. I don't like using it with this, though, because there's not a lot of iron on here, so I don't want to waste the iron, because that's how you get steel. But this, I really don't mind. Because, I mean, there's a ton of nickel. An absolute ton of nickel everywhere. All that light green teal color there, that's all nickel. Decent amount of gold on this map too, which is nice. That's lead. That's gold, okay. Decent amount of gold on this map too, which is nice. Yeah, see, it even shows you what materials things are made of. So, I can see this is made of nickel. It's got the green color, the copper, it's got that red. What color? What do you think this is made out of? I'm gonna guess gold. Oh, copper, okay. I was wrong. I was wrong. I don't mind being wrong. It happens sometimes. I specifically didn't connect them so it didn't start pumping water into my electrolyzers, and I don't want to start making anything until I have everything built around here, because just not advised. Don't do it. Because then you have hydrogen problems to deal with. It's extra calories. All of my food seems to have stabilized quite a bit. So I'm glad to see that. Just a couple of overgrows is usually all you need to start. I mean, it's not going to be the best, but it's something. Decor plus 5, plus 5, plus 5, plus 5, plus 5, plus 5. Okay, so I'll just use shale. Nope, I gotta dig this out first, so I keep forgetting what I'm doing. Getting sidetracked and distracted. I'm gonna leave the researchers alone for right now. Because if I don't, the heck? Took my headphones off for a second. There's some weird noises going on. Like, proper weird. Okay, we're closing in on hour 3 of the stream. Come a lot further than I was expecting. I didn't think I would actually go this far this evening. I figured I'd... Well, actually, I figured I'd find the oil quicker than I did. Yeah, I figured I'd find the oil quicker than I did, but I did not. So, that ended up being a thing. And then I didn't think to get my oxygen and hydrogen underway until far too late. Let's see, oh, I gotta put the... This is the part that people usually hate when they see my setup. Because I have a filter for every pump, because they will not be connected here. They'll be each separated into their own little cubule. I just use my heavy wire. This thing does put off a decent amount of heat, but not enough to be concerning, especially when it's directly next to my overgrow farm. I don't want to actually connect it yet. Same as before. I don't want any chance of accidentally starting my electrolyzers up until it's definitely time. So now I'm going to build 2 gas reservoirs. Not right there though. I'm going to build it right there and right there. And I'm going to do 2 hydrogen generators. A smart battery connected by its automation. Now, the reason I use 2 gas reservoirs is so that I can, if I make the Saturn traps down here, I can feed them directly into the secondary one and feed the hydrogen from here into the back one, so that it will always use the hydrogen from here first, or from the front one first, but it will still pull from both. If you know what I mean. So like it'll allow this to fill up, and this seems to pull from here first. So like it'll. I don't know. You'll see. It's hard to describe what the heck I'm talking about. Well, it's probably not difficult to describe, but for me at the moment it is. At least I'm producing enough oxygen for all my guys, which means that I can start looking at and my food's now running at a surplus. 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to work towards getting myself a total of 8 duplicants, because I find that 8 is a really good number for them. Why? I don't really know. I think it's just because that's just the way it is. 8 guys spread out the tasks well enough that it feels like it is the most effective. So I set all of these here to hydrogen gas. So copy settings, put them all there, so just make sure, yeah, hydrogen gas. And as soon as this finishes, because I forgot to finish going down to my insulated gas pipes, as soon as I get those, then I can go on to the next part. But I can also use this right now. Use a gas valve here, and I'll show you why after. As soon as it's all built and coming into play, I'll explain it all. I think I have a cat at my door. I do have a cat at my door. He's adorable. Hello, Dart. Are you gonna come in and hang out while I stream? Oh, my cat's gonna be mad at me. I forgot to pick them up more canned food today. They have lots of food. But he's expecting a supper of canned food, and I forgot to get it. Whoops. Well, now I feel like a jerk. My poor kitty. Now I got insufficient oxygen again. Soon it'll be sufficient enough that it won't matter. So this is all built now. Good, okay. Now the fun part. Connecting all of the gas pipes. So I connect all the hydrogen to this mainline pipe down here. Straight down. Into there. Into there. And then I'm going to go across here in case I need to expand out. Kind of ugly, but it's coming together. One of many things that has been said about me over the years. Oh, we got another one of these over here that I didn't notice. So priorities menu. Priority, oh, you gotta put all. Yellow alert, click on it. Iron volcano, so I'm gonna put that as a 6. So it's something I want, but I need the means to tame it. But given the fact that it's in a cold biome already, I should just be able to uncover it. And a slight area around it here. And it should work well. But that's, of course, not ever guaranteed. Once again, let's get this stuff done, boys and girls. Yeah, high stress because I got nothing to stress relieve. I gotta make some. Oh man. I think I'm just gonna disable this for right now. And put that disable on a priority 9. And that way they're forced to water with the warmer water. So this part of the ventilation just connects the hydrogen to the storage and to the generators. I still have to deal with all of the oxygen lines, but those aren't usually so bad. Usually because they're so spread out, more duplicants can work on the line at once, so it gets done a lot quicker. It's kind of like building a fire pole next to an already built ladder. Surprisingly quick. Okay, so my power and my water are ready to go there. Now, a lot of people never use these because they don't see the use. manual airlock between each one. Actually, no, I don't want to do that yet because I still have to build the oxygen lines. Ah, silly me. Okay, so as soon as they're done with this, I can start plotting out the first one. Now, because I have 2 generators connected, I'm going to cap this at 200 grams per second. It might seem silly, but it seems to at least make it so they kind of just run on the edge of usable power, which makes it so that my hydrogen doesn't run out as fast. Okay, so that part's done. Now the fun part. The building of the oxygen lines. So I'm put over here, up to here. Actually, I'm gonna put this one not up there. I'm gonna put this one over here. Yeah, is that up too high? Put this one right here with a gas fit on it. Now priority construction. Then we'll see how quickly they get that built. Alright, now I can actually take on a new one, and they both suck, so I'm just going to grab that. Some rust. I was going to say these got to be getting close to hatching, but... Oh, that one is. This guy's going to be old. On the plus side, heat production from this will seep out here and help with the warming of the overgrow before that becomes a problem. See, I don't want to get rid of these at all, because that's basically free food when it grows. It doesn't cost me anything to keep it up, as long as I keep the tiles in place. Okay, how am I going to do this next part? So I'm only going to get to there. Dump all this water into here when they're done with everything else. Oh good, the first line's done. Now for the second one. I'm gonna put it right here. With a vent there, and I'm going to dig out that. But now priority construction. this production here is going to be the thing that is holding me back the most right now. But once I get this completed, it's going to change everything, because I will be able to pump a really good amount of oxygen directly down here. And then once I get enough plastic, which I might actually be able to find from, if I look around for buildings, you can sometimes get plastic. That's glass, glass, glass. Sometimes the lights are plastic, sometimes the plants are plastic. Then you can deconstruct them, and you can get a little bit of plastic. But there doesn't seem to be any anywhere. A lot of glass, but not a lot of plastic. Oh well. Make do with what I got. Anything for a free lunch, you know. Don't need that anymore. But this is handy that I built this here, because I should be able to take that up and avoid having to deal with this stupid door. Because I can take this. Oh nice, that's obsidian. Sandstone. Nickel, nickel, sandstone. Nickel ore. Okay, so the ventilation's good to go there. Up next. I always put my middle one very close by. That is not where I wanted to connect it. That could have been bad. Start pumping hydrogen. This one here. I'm going to take out, not all the way, I'm going to take it actually just over here. And then finally, I'm just going to get this over with. I think down here is probably a better spot than where I originally thought. Looking for anything made of plastic. Even the ladder's not made of plastic, it's not made of anything. Now I need to construction. I'm going to make this one an 8. Because I want that to get done. Or, sorry, I want all this to get done. So that I can move on to the next portion. I can't reach this dig. Son of a... I should fix that. Oh, good. Overgrow warmed up. Nah, I got a little lumlet. Look how cute it is. So now I'll still have my pollinator here. Oh, these have to be pollinated. Okay. I didn't realize that the sweat corn had to be pollinated. So it won't be long now before I'll be able to connect the power and the water supply to this whole thing. So yeah, I'm going to copy the settings from this one. And did I forget to build? I did. Tried to get it in before the save and I did. Got 28 of those, so I don't need that. You know what, I'm gonna take pay. Welcome to the colony pay. I forgot to be checking skills. I guess I got my mechatronics. And a second obsidian digger. Now, where should I put you? You know what, you like digging and digging is useful. My guys are so stressed out. What the heck was I looking for? Furniture. Mess table. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All regular tiles made out of granite. Put that down one. I hope it'll be big enough. Where's my room overlay? Great Hall needs to be at least 32. That's not even close. So, where does 32 end? 32 right there. Okay, I can't keep sleeping on the triage cots. So now as soon as they can, they'll build those. I always prefer the mesh tiles below them just in case they pee themselves. Then they can just roll off into here and go down into the abyss. I think I might just change the default of my construction to priority 7. I'm happy with how quickly this is coming together, because I'm very close to being able to turn it on. I think that's the last piece, actually. Yeah, now it's just the doors. Come on, everybody. You can do this. And they keep finding little tiny pockets of breathable air. See, now I'm worried about pay. She slowed down. There we go. She made it out. That's all that matters. Now this is all that's left to build until I can close it off and connect everything. Takes a few cycles to build, but when it's done, you have oxygen for the rest of the game. You have at least a small amount of extra power for the rest of the game, because it'll only keep 2 hydrogen generators running properly. You can toss a third one in there and they'll be running intermittently, but it'll keep 2 running with a small surplus of hydrogen. Which is sometimes when it's good to build a third one that you can enable and disable. And just so when you start getting a backlog of hydrogen, you can deal with it by just burning it off into your power supply instead of, venting it off into space or something. Which you'll find that with myself, venting things off into space is one of my favorite ways to deal with things that I don't like, specifically gases. Is it inside 32? Yeah. I like to use the dig tool to measure things out with rooms after I've already cleared the area. So this will end up being my great hall if I'm one decor building. Oh, I need a recreational building. Darn it. Recreational building. I guess that'll work. This will have to be an airflow tile. And probably that one too. And decor. I need decor. The easiest decor to deal with. Not drywall, it's actually going to be the ceiling trim. But I'm going to go all the way up here to get to the plastic ladders and comfy beds. Because if I do end up playing this one for a long time, then comfy beds will come in handy because everyone will eventually have their own private bedroom. Instead of just this open air, not even a door on it. Kind of sleeping with the animals style that they got going on now. I guess those two are really tired. Okay, so it's not temperature this time, it's irrigation. Alright, so is this done now? Yep, it is. So I'm just going to pause. And manual airlock. I'm going to put this on a priority 8. 3, 4, and 6. And now, just so I don't have it defaulted to priority 8, I'm going to change it to a 7, place 1, then cancel it. And I'm going to mop that up. Okay, so now I can connect the power wire. For some reason there's more liquid, so I'm just going to mop that up. And I can connect the water. See, I build them the way that I do so that they can start getting fed right away. So if you build them in the tiles that are next to each other but not connected, you don't need to waste a duplicate task to go and deal with them. It doesn't work quite the same with the joint plates and the wire though, because it's not a wire in a wire. See, now that this is going, I'm going to block off access from that side. I'm going to let them get out. But once they're out, they don't get to go back in. Oh. I guess I should actually connect these. There we go. So it doesn't actually run at a power positive, really, with this setup, but it runs at an extreme oxygen positive. As you can see, most of the areas where I've got things sent to are already at overpressure. And down here, this also means that there's a small amount of breathable air. So that's going to make it a lot less dangerous for my guys to come down here. But But to make it even better, this is where I'm going to be digging through, so probably right about here. I'm going to high prioritize this. See, a lot of them are going to say that the pipes are blocked already because they can't filter out all of the oxygen. But just so you can see what this is, I'm going to go through the different layers. So here's what the basic thing looks like. Electrolyzer, gas pump, air filter. Here's the power overlay with the joint plates above each of the doors so that I can run power in that snaking fashion to each item. And we have the plumbing overlay, nice and simple. Just direct water straight from the home, or straight from the source. And now the fun one, the ventilation overlay. So these filters are all set to separate hydrogen. So when they grab the hydrogen, they all run down this pipe here, into this tank here. This tank here runs into this tank, which then goes into this gas valve, which only lets 200 grams of hydrogen per second go through, which is how much these use up, because they'll each use 100 grams per second. Oh, somebody made a mess. Why did they make a mess? Don't make a mess. This guy's pretty good, and now that I got my my oxygen up and running, I'm not too concerned about taking on more guys. Furniture, corner trim. Can't put it there, so I'll just put ceiling trim all along here. So as soon as these tiles here are done being built, then this should technically qualify as a great hall. So yeah, that should be a great hall now. Perfect. And these should all have a little bit of table salt. Yep. So that's why you want to get salt, and then you want to crush it up in a rock crusher, which I did a little bit of earlier, because then they'll transfer that to their tables here, which will increase the quality of their meals, which will make them a little bit happier. I could probably make... Oh, I need 2 plants. I was just thinking about making it a nature reserve, but you need at least 2 wild plants, I think. Could do it over here, but... if I do this, dig out that part there. Oh good, they're done down here, so I am going to... ventilation... Oh good, I did it on the proper side. No, I did not. I did it on the wrong side. Son of a... The downside with this type of setup is because you have so many lines running, it makes it difficult to run gas bridges across anything. So what I'm going to have to do here is this. Right here, I'll do it there. No, because then that won't grow all the way. Will it? Can these go through those? Yeah, won't wreck it. That's good. Just I got a couple triage cots available at least. And then I want to build some down here too once I've got the environment a little bit more stabilized. So ventilation, gas pump. I'm going to put the gas pump right about here. I'm eventually going to open this up too once I've dealt with the liquid as best I can. This ventilation. This is going to need a gas filter because I am going to want to keep the oxygen down here. I'll probably just do it that way because then when I can upgrade the vent to a high pressure vent, things will be, oh, okay, no. Okay, what material am I using? Granite. Can't quite go that much with the granite. I guess I'll get that much done. This is going to be my primary vent for the non-oxygen gases. Power. Run that straight down here. Set that to oxygen. So now I'll get some power going right away. And it'll start filtering out the oxygen right away. At least as soon as it connects to this first gas bridge. Mafic rock it is, I guess. Okay. Run out of everything here. I guess sedimentary rock. This is gonna get interesting. I need to gather quite a bit more material, I think. just in general. I guess since shale's an option, there's a lot of shale kicking around, so if I just do this, it should help a bit. These little chibis running around with no suits on. I finally got my power stabilized a little bit without having to have somebody running on the hamster wheel. Let's go back up here and back to our just going line by line. Okay. I need to dig this out too, I think. Some granite there, yeah. Well, I haven't checked my skills in a few minutes. Yeah, you can be a digger too. So it's cycle 60, going on 61. I've stabilized my oxygen production. My power's looking good. And I'm starting to get my my filter to get all of my non-oxygen gases out of my main areas and into space, because I don't want them at all under any circumstances. I got my smallest great hall ever right here. And just so I don't waste all my water here, I just set that to bracketing, because I have none, so it can't waste any. But each one of these little pods is capable of being self-sufficient. They don't produce a whole lot unless you have 5. I do recommend, if you do happen to try this setup, then use 5. 4 isn't quite enough. If you add too many more, then it just creates a ridiculous amount of heat. As you can see, it's already warming up pretty good. .50 degrees inside. It doesn't get super hot on the inside, but I think it will get to around 70 degrees, 60 degrees, somewhere around there. Hot enough to be scalding, but not hot enough to have to worry about too much. I mean, if I wanted to, I could get rid of this door and this joint plate there, since that's not connected to anything, and I could just replace this with insulated tiles, and then I wouldn't have to worry about the heat from over here. But at the same time, there's some pretty cold areas over here that could probably use a little bit of extra warmth for when I start digging them out. It's good to see this is almost done. Gonna have to build this now. Finish taking it all the way up. So silly me. Not making sure I had all of the materials that I needed to be able to make the entire line before I made the line. Yeah, well, power wire will be connected real soon here now, won't it? And then you'll start pumping out all the non-oxygen stuff, which will open up some of the pressure for this vent. And when I drop this, it'll open up a little bit of pressure for it too. "139 days until annihilation, if I'm not smart enough to figure something out with it and avoid it by destroying that comet. Fertilizer could be useful. Okay, so the main part of the line up to here is done. Oh, good. So now it'll start tossing out the the oxygen to here and start pumping everything else up to the first gas. Well, actually up to there, but it won't go past the second gas bridge until everything else is done. Until this vent is open, because it won't have any output to go towards. See, ideally, if I had already gone down this way, I would have brought this outside path of oxygen down this way, so it wouldn't be quite so much, because I have 3 vents that are pretty close to each other. I guess all 4 of these are pretty close to each other. Just priority up everything here. It's like the first like 100 cycles are going to be getting everything prepared to start taking it out, in the last probably 50 cycles. So 100 to 150 will be me taking it out. But we definitely won't get to that point tonight, because I'm not going to lie, I'm starting to get a little tired. We have been on stream for just shy of 4 hours now, which isn't too bad. This started out as a brand new file earlier, at the very beginning of the stream, and now we've already gotten to this point. I've got my hydrogen power, I've got a lot of oxygen down here now. That's good. Open that up so I can dump that liquid down into here. And there it goes. Good. I won't get rid of very much of it, but is that enough? Yes, it is enough. Sometimes you can get these little tiny spots. And if you're really quick about it, you can start getting more of it too. Oh, I guess I wasn't quite quick enough. Oh well. See, I got lots of oxygen here now. This is my next goal, is to get this built. I might even up this to priority 8, just to get it done. Food has decayed. Well, that's alright, because I got lots. Should probably at least try to keep my Grand Hall a little free of clutter. Or Great Hall, I should say. At least try to keep the decor value not too bad there. Yeah, see, heavy watt wires, they take a lot of decor out. It's basically like an atom bomb for your decor in any area. Trying to make sure I use the materials that I have the most of. Or at least the easiest access to, because shale, I don't know why I wasn't using it to begin with there, because this is all shale. Like actually if I go like this and just dig this spot out. Then we'll be able to just grab shale from right here to build. What is it in? Oh, it's immersed in water. What type of bush is this anyway? Ring rose bush. What does this do? They add a touch of whimsy. That seems counterintuitive. They reduce the decor value for some reason. This is where it's actually handy to have a lot of things like power and your pipes and stuff running along this line, because it'll block some of the radiation. That asteroid's getting a little big. $136.4 cycles. I hate these little dartle things. They fart chlorine. But as soon as this is finished building, then everything that is not oxygen will slowly start making its way out of my base. In some cases, very slowly. It won't get rid of this here because this is contained, the carbon dioxide, because there's nowhere for it to escape to. But if I were to build airflow tiles along the side, not mesh, but airflow, then the CO2 would spill out. But I don't really want to do that. Alright guys, let's get this built. You're so close now. Come on, G, go back. You can do it. Oh. Come on. Yeah, Mima, you got the vent built. Perfect. Well done. Now we just need the rest of the line built. I'm gonna grab the food just because I like it. It keeps everything a little bit simpler. Super high priority on this one. Don't mind me. And apologies on that. So, what's basically happening right now is I'm waiting for them to finish building this tiny little last stretch of everything. Build. Build. This is it. Once they finish building those, the entire line is complete. But they're being slow. Very slow. But there's plastic. Deconstruct buildings. Deconstruct background buildings. I don't know what that is. So I'm just going to do that. Come on. Oh, really? Out of sedimentary rock? That's what I thought. Okay. So is this now running? Yes, it is. Perfect. So now it's not really going to run because of that. Got too much oxygen there too quickly. Just going to demolish all these pieces here, which should hopefully give me enough plastic. Really hoping. Enough plastic to build at least one high pressure vent. I do need to build something over here though. Put a wall there after I deconstruct this on a priority 9. Otherwise it's just going to vent all that gas into here and then filter it back down into my base. Didn't really think that part through. Silly. Oh well. Well, so what do we have? Yeah, so they haven't even really started the sweeping errand down here. But they are going to do this as soon as possible. That and that. And priority yellow alert. And I don't know if those actually gave me any plastic. They did not. I guess they fixed that. You used to be able to get plastics easy if you had the right buildings on your file. But, oh well. Well, anyway, I think day 6-7, that's kind of hilarious. Stupid meme. Day 6-7 here is going to be a good spot to pause this stream. So, that is exactly what I'm going to do. And yeah, we started off with nothing. We now have our oxygen line down to the very bottom next to the oil biome, which is right next to the frozen core. Kind of an interesting little generation there, but oh well. We also have a line that runs all the way up to from our very bottom all the way up into space, so we can vent any unnecessary gases out that way, which also means that we can attach any lines to this at any point if we need to vent gases. So if I want to clear this area out, just put a little air pump there and connect it somewhere to this line and it will expel. So anyway, that being said, thank you for watching. Hopefully we'll maybe be back with this one tomorrow. See if we can get to the point where we're actually building missiles. I was hoping to get there tonight, but that was not the case. But maybe tomorrow. So thank you for watching. And yeah, have a great day, or evening, or whatever it is, wherever you're at. Bye.